Sorry. I needed a little bit of time to recover from my workout. Okay, we're good. We're a little late, but we're okay. We're okay. It'll be fine. There we go. I was done in time, but I just was running out of breath. So I got a little bit more recovery. Should be good to go. We're continuing on the church today. Best way to go about it would be, I'm just trying to think of how to plan the interior. Because I'm looking at this church, and if I look at it from the inside, we got the grand hallway, and this is sort of like this will be where the Eucharist is over here, and then we'll have a little podium section, raised area on this corner side here, or maybe this side here, for the priest to give his sermons and readings from the Bible. Obviously, yeah, this area here will be the Eucharist. And so on. But this area here is going to be higher up. This is sort of like a side area. And I'm wondering if I can... We could probably lift this a little higher. I think that's the strat. We're going to take this section here, lift it a little bit higher. And then this will be a nice little stairwell that goes up to the second floor. And then from the second floor, we can get up to a potential third floor, and maybe we have something in there. And then we will this is like the steeple, so this would be where the bell is. Maybe we can make that a little bit bigger. So we can come around here. Just a touch higher. Now this is supposed to be a pretty modest church. Maybe not that much higher. Maybe just... because this is going to be quite a modest church that we're building here. But it's going to be a little bit more meaningful. So yeah, we just want to keep it a little bit on the modest side, because this is not like, we're not doing massive cathedrals here. This is a modest sort of 11th century church. Now, stone already is a bit more on the expensive side, so it's not that modest, but you get what I mean. So this area here needs to be a bit wider. A bit like that, just because it's not functional. You do have to make sure, because this is our player character, right? Oop. Got to make sure he can actually enter the buildings. Like, if you got an addition to the building and a human being can't fit inside of it or have any function inside of it, you know, you got a problem, right? So you got to keep that in mind when you're building these things. So, how is this going to work? Okay, I'm going to lower this. And basically, I want this to match the height of the original roof. And what that's going to do, more or less like that. That's going to do is that's going to allow this to be kind of sloped off. And then we can work on how this building... This is actually pretty complicated. But we'll figure it out. So we want a wall for this side of the tower. We should be able to do that pretty easy. Just going to scale this nice and big. Stick that there. Lift this up about there. I think that's okay. Maybe a little lower. And then we can just come over here. And how tight do we want to go for this? About that far. And then make this nice and tight as well. Basically what we're doing here is we're just gonna build a nice big wall. Take it all the way to the end here. And then this guy here can just go all the way up here. I don't think there's anything wrong bringing that up to its natural limit. And then we'll just take this edge here. And because this is a corner piece, we want to just put a slight bevel in here. .4 approximately. And I think we should be able to just, yeah, put that edge loop right there. And we can just connect the dots. Like so. And there's no bottom, so we don't have to worry about the bottom. Okay. As for this, I think we can probably put a window in here. On the high end, and on the low end, probably. Let me make a cylinder. Cube, sorry. Just gonna drag this about that height. It doesn't have to be like perfectly lined up, but it should be pretty dang close. Now this window is a little bit off. It's pretty close to the same size. Go about there. And we duplicate this here and maybe make this one a little thinner. So. All right. So now that we have that set up, we're going to do what we did yesterday, but we're going to learn all the lessons right away. We're going to put the edge loops in. We're going to do the merging and all that fun stuff. Then we come in here. And just go over here. That's effectively it. Want to do something similar over here where we tweak this a little bit. And just cup the bottom. Nice little line right there. All right. Right there. That's pretty close. That's pretty close. Okay, so that should be enough. Get what we need done. We're going to go ahead and delete the history. Then we're going to select this and this. Or is it this and this? I think it's that and that. Source, destination, or destination source. Then we want to go pooling difference. Yeah, right there. Okay. Bear with me. Take that, bring it over there. take this. This is a little off here. Try that again. We're going to set that just a big fat 1. Okay. Closer look at this guy. Seems like he's on the up and up. Okay. Now we gotta fix this line here. Do that with just this. We're gonna grab these vertices. Just kind of bring them to the window, because the window is... The hole is the window. That's going to be straighter. So we just want to bring that all together. Yeah, we want to bring this up. Do the same thing over here. Bring all of this shit really close to each other. Let's see what this does. It's broken beyond repair. Okay. So the problem with the occlusion that we keep running into is that it's very buggy and it breaks the mesh. So when you try to undo stuff, it doesn't undo properly because the mesh decides that it's fucking broken and you can't salvage it. It makes the whole ordeal very difficult. So we'll try again. But it's just frickin' annoying. And there's not much you can do about it. We're gonna go right there. Yeah, the problem with this type of modeling is Maya is very unstable. So it can do a lot of things, bugs that just annoy the crap out of you. Okay. And you know what? We're just gonna instead of using the occlusion thing, let's just drop it. Because it's way too buggy. So instead, we can just make our own windows. You do that by just pulling this up. And again, this doesn't have to be a perfect match, but it should be really close. And then we can come up here at the top. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. All right. Let's turn on our wireframe mode. And I know exactly where that dot's supposed to be. And then there's zero room for issues. Okay. And then we just got to do the similar thing to the top here. Very clean, very easy. So we just got to connect these spots. Right there. And then we have our windows. Plug them in. You can see where we lost a little bit of stuff here, so that's an easy enough fix at least. To some extent it's easy. Just kind of got to shuffle. Move that in there. And we're just lining it up. No real rocket science here. we got a couple of things that we want to look at. So the church interior is going to have whitewash, which is kind of like a classic style for castles. It's a good insulator because it just keeps a lot of the weather out, and it's good at trapping heat. Stone is not a good insulator on its own, and so you do need typically some sort of covering to keep from freezing your ass off in a stone building. As a rule. But yeah, so we're going to be looking at it. And we will see. But, yeah, we'll go from there. Typically, you put whitewash or plaster on the inside of a building as a means to keep it from keeping the weather out and keeping it kind of it's a light form of insulation. But primarily it helps with like waterproofing as well. Doesn't let water seep into things. Water will lead to rot, so you have to be careful with water. But if you look what we have here, there we go. We have a successful cutout of the building window. And it may take a little bit longer, but it's faster than having the whole mesh bug out and ruin everything. So we're just going to work at it piece by piece. Again, this method takes a little bit longer. Sure. But it'll be worth it in the long run. That's fine there. I'm just going to tuck this side in. That's not going to work. That's better. That looks good. Okay. So yeah, we just want to go in here with a knife. Very surgically cut along here. There we go. And just cut. Along there. Does it have to be absolutely perfect? Not really. This would have been built by hand. So I don't necessarily have a problem. With it being a little uneven, potentially. It's not an issue to me. If anything, that makes it look a little bit more natural. So, That should be good there. Then we can do the same thing. And that looks good. That looks okay. Okay, so we successfully beveled these. Gonna make it a little bit bigger. And then we'll call it. So that is a successful wall. How are we going to do this? This is going to be harder. I'm getting ahead of myself, though, so let's calm down. Let's do this. Actually, we don't need the bottom. There's no scenario where you're going to see the bottom of a wall, right? Because it gets planted into the ground. So there's going to be no scenario where you're going to see a bottom of the wall. So that is just a waste of texture space. There is a scenario, however, where you do see this. So I do think it might be really important to just pull that out. About there. I think that will be important. And the top of the wall, probably not visible either. We're gonna run with it. And we can just select these because this makes a nice easy edge loop. Then we'll just break in this corner here. Or, yeah, we'll do that corner and then we'll do the top. The top is important to break off as well. Actually, we'll do this. That makes even more sense. Okay. So then we come over here. Got this lovely shape. We're going to hit Shift S, Shift X. It's going to cut our UVs. And then we should be able to just slap that down. That looks pretty good. The only problem is these have to be in the same direction. Then everything has to be scaled up. So we're gonna look at what our stone wall looks like now. And as you can see, this direction's good, this is all good. This is all the right orientation. It's just the scale is a disaster. So we need to bring this scale to match this scale. So about yay big. Okay. So then the next wall we have to make. Honestly, how are we going to do this? Let's snap this. Right there. Duplicate this. You gotta mirror this, so we're gonna delete the history, freeze the transforms. Should be able to soften the edges on this without too much punishment. It's a little punishment on it. Right there. We're just gonna do that. Hey, how about you fuck off? There we go. And then we want to come in here and just do a little bit of this. And a little bit of this. Let's flip this again. There we go. Pretty cool. Problem is, this area here needs to be carved out. So what we're gonna do here, very carefully and very slowly, is just kind of begin that carve out process. I want to use that. There, okay? Delete. There we go. So, what we want here is just to make sure that this is pretty straight. I think that's good enough. I think we got it. Just want to make sure these are aligned. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So that's sort of like our... Oh, this is bent. Look at that limp fucking hole. Hello, Tomboy. Welcome in, welcome in. So, now we got to go ahead and could basically extrude this in so that this connects like this. I'm also probably going to change the interior to whitewash because, yeah, stone buildings were typically whitewashed on the inside. And again, as I mentioned before, primarily for like insulation purposes. Stone does not hold on to heat. It's not a very good... Well, actually, it is kind of a good insulator because people use... Maybe not stone. Maybe they use clay ovens. But yeah, stone buildings are typically very cold, so they usually stuff them with insulation. That's why brick houses have... Well, most houses have insulation, but... That's the purpose of them. Where wood is a little bit... has a bit more of a natural insulating properties. Helped for lighting. That is true as well. It was easier to light up a room with white rather than dark gray. That you would get from rocks. Make that automatic. What are these? So these should be spun this way. Should be made to be big. Very, very big. Effectively that big. Get in there. Close enough. And then this guy down here. Beautiful. And this is basically just to make room for the other bits of stone coming in. Just gonna bevel this really quickly. Doesn't work very well. Let's do this instead. The old school bevel. That. Up we go. There we go. You just gotta find the edges. Just Control U. Just fix this thing. It decided it wanted to be retarded. You have to unretard it. Now, naturally, this would be more of like an arch, which maybe we will fix. But I want to get basically this area blocked in first so that I can kind of see what we're working with and what we have to build to make this work a little bit better. So one thing at a time, basically, is what I'm trying to say here. Just don't let Netflix do your whitewashing. I believe it. Close enough. So I guess we want this to be sticking out about that far. And this will obviously have its own doorway. I'm thinking about doing an arched doorway that's got a straight edge. That's going to look just a little bit more unique. And I'll show you what I mean by that. Although you probably can figure it out. We'll go to about there. Drop our vertice down here. That's sort of the slope we want for the roof. I know it's a little bit higher on this side, but I like this angle more, so. We're going to do that. And we should be able to... Actually, let's go a little bit past. Then we can probably delete the bottom. And we want to put an edge loop here, so I don't think we need that edge. And delete this back face here. We don't need it. Now this is a little bit more tricky. That fucks with the slope. Bring that in. Bring that down. Close enough. There's that. We can duplicate this. You just want to flip it on its Z-axis. Like so. That. And that is going to be that side. And then we just got to make another box here. We should be fine to just... want to be about at the same thickness. So we can pull that in. Doesn't have to be perfectly exact because, again, this isn't made in a factory with bricks that are exactly the same size. This is a castle, essentially. Well, not really a castle, but there would be a lot of hand measurements and there would be a lot of human error. So having some size differences and some proportion, I don't want to say errors, but like proportion inconsistencies is probably not the end of the world. As long as they're within the specifications that don't let the building collapse. Then we're in good shape. So you just got to make it look kind of believable, because obviously we're not making a physical building, but it's still got to look believable. right now, the biggest issue right here is this. This is unsustainable. So we do have to fix that. And for the most part, I think we can. I'm just looking at it here. Just gotta go down just a smidge. There we go. So that's sort of like our little side house here. And what's great about this is that this is going to allow for a nice staircase to get to the second floor. And then we can have something in here for entering and exiting. Actually, it's got me wondering. Yeah, let's change how we're doing this. Just for a second. Let's leave that like that for now. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a little doorway. And we're going to put it right here. Then when we have our little stairwell, maybe the second doorway is right here. And then, yeah, we can come in and enter, do whatever the fuck we want up there or something like that. It doesn't matter. I don't know how much of this we're actually going to flesh out either, if I'm being perfectly honest, but I think that's a lot better than having just a giant open cavity here. Like, even if we put a big arch in there, you're going to have problems. So I think this kind of gives it a little extra support on this wall. So the wall can kind of lean on this. You kind of keep that supportive. And then we can put like a buttress or two on this tower. Put some buttresses on the front and the sides here. We kind of keep the walls a little bit more stable. Because buttresses are a big part of the game. So let's carve a door. We're going to use this shape. Effective. Yeah, we're basically going to just use this shape. Except we want to use half of it, because I said we're going to do a half arch door kind of deal. I think you guys are familiar with this style. It's a pretty basic style. Then you can just close this up. Okay. That's 90 degrees. Then yeah, you just kind of stick this in there like that. We take a look at this fat man over here. Okay. So what's going on? This needs to be steeper. Bring that down a little bit. That's a little too. This needs to be wider. It needs to be at least that wide. All right. Go in here. I'm going to tuck this in a little bit more. Make this a little bit. Just get that close to the edge there. That's effectively our door. So if we select this, and we select this, actually we should duplicate this because we're going to use this style of door for a couple of different things. Whenever you're working with stone, you kind of want to do arch. Like even this has a slight arch to it because stone can't support itself with a square hole very well. It needs to distribute the weight off to the sides in order for it to kind of stabilize. Now, some older churches have a bit more square buildings like this, but they got really thick door frames to kind of support the weight of the stone. And the churches are not very big. When you get into the Gothic cathedrals, you really start to see the usage of different arches and stuff like that in order to get the stability required. That's why you have those giant stained glass windows, where this stuff here has very small windows because we're trying not to... We're capturing a more primitive technology. So they have the understanding of arches, but they just don't have the flying buttresses and all the different stuff required to stabilize the super long stone walls with the giant windows just yet. So we go to mesh tools. Sorry, mesh boolings difference. Mesh boolings difference. What's going on? Mesh. Let's see what happens if I delete this. Look at this retarded shit show in here. Okay. We're going to delete the history on this. I think we got it. For the most part. I think we got it. Delete the history. Make sure all the corruption is gone. Then we should be able to just do this. Beautiful. Yeah, that's what we want. This exists for no reason. That exists for no reason. What else is here that shouldn't be here? Nothing? Okay, great. Fantastic. Alright. Delete the history. Beautiful. Then we just want to cut across here. Do 50%. That's fine. Keep the line going. Line go up. Line only go up. Remember that. Then, yeah, 50% here. This can go here. Line up good. Exactly. I think that's what we want to do. I think that's a nice doorway. We'll delete the history on this. That should be fine. This should be okay here. Something like that. Slowly but surely, this is starting to make sense. So, should we... I think we should look at this one. We want this door more or less right here. And that's got a nice play with each other, right? They got a nice thing going on here. So this window does not need to exist. So what we can do with that window is just fill it in. Do that by just coming over here. Deleting all this crap. I think that'll be pretty good. I think we're in good shape. Delete the windows. Cover it all up. It never happened. Look at that. It's like that window was never there. It's beautiful. Okay, so now we're going to add some more edge loops. I just want to straighten this out. Just get rid of, or enable preserve UVs, just to keep it decent. We can do the same thing over here. And we should be able to preserve UV. We should be able to lower this to about there. I'm going to turn on the edge outliner so I can look better. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so that's it. Close that. Just want to lift this up to there. We should be able to just knock that out. Yep. We're going to do the same trick. Okay. Should be able to just bring this down. Then we can delete that. And it's basically the same thing that we did with the other stuff, but this was a little bit more efficient, I'd say. So now all the geometry work is done. Yep. We just got to carry it over. That should be pretty good. And that should be it. Oh, we forgot an edge. Oopsie daisy. There we are. Okay. Pop this over. Low poly modeling is fun. This stuff is a little bit more technical than like ZBrush, so it's a little less artistic, but it's still pretty good. UV automatic. That one I don't care for, but actually we could just rotate them. It works either way. And again, I'm thinking about making the whole inside a whitewash. Don't know how much. It looks pretty even, and then we just got to bring these edges back up. Beautiful. That will be fun. Now we just got to do a stair system that kind of goes up here. And kind of, we're going to put stairs upon the top. But the whole interior is going to have very big wood archways that kind of secure the roof, and the roof is going to cut through the entire section here. And then on the top of the roof section, we're going to have a stairwell that leads up to above the roof, up into the upper steeple. And I think that's going to work. Fuck, this building's got a lot of shit going on. Yeah, so we're gonna have to leave this wall for now till we figure out something better. These two walls should be pretty safe. I don't think I'm gonna put a window in it. So I think we're pretty safe to just texture this, and it should be fine. So all these edges. Should be fine to just do. That and that. Shift X. Then we should be fine to just go in here. Wall. Just kind of make sure they match roughly the same. Honestly, one of the things we can do is just reapply the layout tool when we get all the pieces finished, and then we can just, that way they're all proportionate to one another, and then we can just scale up to get the scale that we want, rather than have to guess what the scale is. But so far, we're coming along. It's a little bit of a slow process, but we're coming along. Wall. All right, now for this upper side of the steeple here. Should we have a window? I think we can have a window on the front side and probably not on the back. Actually, let's start from scratch. Stick it out over here. So this wall will have a bottom. So we may need to actually see. We accidentally pulled something that we weren't supposed to. Just want to be a hair bigger than this wall. Yeah, we'll leave the wall to have a bottom. Then we'll just kind of pull this. Want to be just inside this wall here. Just barely. Come down this way. Okay, we don't need any side wall. Probably don't need a top wall either, but we'll leave the top wall for now. We're gonna grab this, tuck that in there, grab that. We're in preserve UVs. We don't need to worry about preserving the UVs. Okay. We should be able to just... I think we're in the center. We definitely are. That should be pretty easy. Now, I don't think we want to be a perfect archway, but we want to be pretty dang close. So we're going to do that. Like, we don't want to match that up. We want to be a little bit lower. And then we want to go into symmetry mode. We should be able to add... Okay. Delete history, freeze the transforms. So why isn't this symmetrical? What doesn't it like? I hit the wrong button. There. This should be World X. Still doesn't like the symmetry. Lack thereof. Okay. There's one other way we can handle this, and we can delete half of this. Insert. Delete the history, and then we want to do a mirror. So we can just grab that, turn that off. 0. Make that 1. Delete the history, and then we should be fine for symmetry finally. Put a point there, point there. There. Grab this edge, lift it up. You got a big, beautiful arch. I think we should put a window in there. Let's turn on our bullshit again. We edge loop that. I for a second thought we broke something, but we edge loop. Does it have to be the exact same size? Probably not. But I'd like it to be pretty dang close. Yeah, just make it a touch shorter. Just grab all this. And snug it up. Right there. Okay. There we go. We already got the height, so we don't have to... You don't want to mess with that. We already have height. There we go. So we'll put that in there. And that, again, will relieve a lot of weight on the initial archway as well, which will kind of make it a little bit more feasible. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect because this is obviously not... We're not building this, but... we do want it to be believable. At least a little bit. Okay. Same thing on this side here. Oh boy. We gotta do it all over again. It's fine. The symmetry helps quite a bit. It makes it a little bit easier. I will not lie. We should definitely put an edge loop here. And... Fuck you! Alright, we'll recover it. Just give it a second. I don't care about sending reports to Autodesk. This Autodesk is 2019. It's 6 years out of date. They're not going to update this, so I don't care about sending a crash report. I don't know why they bother asking. Not just for this software, but software in general. I feel like it's just retarded. Just simply retarded. So, let's see about loading this guy back up. Look at that. Yeah, that's why that doesn't carry over. We'll let it go. It's a little off, but it's a little off on both. I think symmetry is the reason that broke, by the way. Yeah. There. Delete the history on this. Let's try this again. We'll just eat it. It just seems to want to move. I don't know why it wants to move its position. That's okay, we'll fix it. It's that easy. Yeah, we'll just make sure this matches as close as possible. Picture, model, a little off. Doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but it should be close. Because we know the model is pretty straight. The closer we can match that model, less of an issue we're going to have. Maintaining that shape. There we go. Big, beautiful window. It's actually a pretty small window, but still. That is great. The history. We should also save quick. This is not in the right folder. There. That's just going to make sure it's saved into the right section as we build this out even more. Actually, I think we can bevel this. Fuck it. I don't think beveling is the right answer. There we go. These can be beveled. That's the perfect amount of beveling, if I do say so myself. I'm going to delete the history on this. Oh boy, oh boy. Slowly but surely. We are coming along. There, and there, and there. That should be enough. Kill it. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna cut you here. Try that again. Why does this insist on not being straight? So we want it to be this way. This guy here needs to... Then we want to make this whole thing stone wall. That's fine. I'm fine with that arrangement. Beautiful. And that's just going to leave us room to put the roof underneath. And then we can actually move this. Move this over here. Yes. Exactly. We're all about acceptance over here. Except for furries. I think we can still ostracize those people. Sorry, Sledge. I think that's good there. Just want this to intersect the wall a little bit more. Way. Now we get to do the really fucking annoying part, which is the wall that intersects here. Oh, that's gonna suck a fat one. This here actually doesn't have a wall. We're not going to put a window here. Because we don't want one. It interferes with the rest of the building. Believe it or not. I'm going to get rid of symmetry, actually. Thank you. Well, this church is coming along nicely. It's slowly but surely coming along. Oh, Tomboy, by the way, are you up for some Shiv 2 today? Might be feeling like it after a little bit of this. And do a little bit more work over here, but then maybe we'll do some Shiv 2. You're down. Go. Now this here isn't quite matching up with the roof element here, but we're gonna just make the roof higher. And we'll make it match up. The golden rule for almost anything is if it doesn't fit, make it fit. Right? So that's what our golden rule is. Actually, looking at both of these, neither of these match up with the roof. So we are actually going to revise that. It's because this is an arc, where this is more of a straight angle. So all that means is we just got to lower this. We're going to take this side here. Side here. Ho, 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 ho. Tool settings. Just going to reset the tool. There's a transform constraint on there for no reason. Yeah, we just want to make sure. So. That a little lower. Let's turn this on there. Beautiful. Now we do have a little bit of ugly. If I open this up. Actually, let's see if I can fix this. Reserve UVs. Seems to work. Touch lock. Fuck you. Turn off preserve UVs. Just drag that a little bit more. There we go. Okay. So that should be low enough that we can deal with it. And then we should be fine to add the circular element. Then we can start playing around with the roof. And we'll keep a similar style of archway. We got this for the stone. But we'll keep a similar style of archway for the rest of the roof. So that you really have that nice sort of church roof. And then this will be filled in. This will be filled in with solid roof. And then you'll have the Eucharist at the back. I think we just want to blow this ugly son of a bitch up to about there. A little bit wider. Eat all that. Okay, so we can go. Thank you for the follow. We're gonna go to about that point there, because that lines up really nicely with the bevels. Mr. Pancake Man Gaming, thank you for the follow. Sounds almost like Razio. Razio likes his pancakes. Go about there. And then we can bring this element out there. Shit. I may have fucked up a little bit. We'll see. We'll figure it out. The roof shape is so unique. This thing that I think I just got to get it started. There. We'll merge these elements together. There. And bring that there. Now we should separate this, but I just want to get the shape of this roof figured out. If I remove that, then we can just lock that in there. I don't know why that wants to make its own edges. And none of these points matter. We just need to have enough of them so that we can weld. We're just going to do that. Just grab our fancy weld tool, go to vertex, just snap these like so. The reason we have to do this now is because we want the shapes to match. Why I didn't think of this. There. Okay. We want the shapes to match, right? Back this out just a touch more. It's just barely in there. Then we can just separate this out. Attach component. The history, and then we should be able to just split these off. Soften. Don't do that. Soften the edges. And then this should be perfectly flat. Just going to grab our insert. Snap to the center point there. That gives us a little bit more control, and we want this roof just to jet out a little bit. We should do it this way. Like that. Just so you have that little bit of overlap. Now this is... we gotta leave this alone for a little while. And we will come back to it. But we'll turn that off for now. Then we're just going to delete the history. And this area here is going to have a lot of natural light. And what's the best way to do this? We're going to go insert, and we're just going to snap on the Z-axis. There. What that's going to do is that gives us nice control that if we grab every face here, Control E, and then R, we want some wall thickness, about that thick. That seems pretty consistent. Yeah, I think that's pretty consistent. That's about as thick. It's maybe a little thinner than the rest of them. Maybe we bring it in a bit more. Kinda, it's a little on the thick side. There. That's pretty good. Then we can flip this over. Isolate this. There. And then from here, we can just make a bevel. How do we do that? Right there. Beautiful. Delete the history. We'll do a quick save here, and then we will load up across here. But basically what we did actually, this is symmetrical. So instead of working on two halves, let's just work on one half. Make our jobs easier. And then we don't need a bottom. Once again, because the wall should be going past the floor. So you're never going to see the bottom of a wall, because you've never seen the bottom of a wall. Okay. I'm going to take these, and we're going to make this a different shape. We're going to make this a little bit thinner. Actually, this is the right thickness. We've been tweaking the other shapes. Make this a little bit longer. Hold on. So, how do we determine which axes to spin this on? Because we want this to match with the axes we have here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is a 20-sided cylinder. So we got 90 degrees. We want to divide that by 5. So what's 90 divided by 5? That should be easy. So 20 is 100. So it's 18. So that's approximately 18 degrees per interval. So if we start here, and then we want to move this in 18 degree intervals. So that's at 15, which is close, but we want to be minus 18. And that should be... It's not even close to what that's supposed to be. That math ain't right. Does it match this way? No. Does this match? So you got to take it and divide it by 2. So we want to go here. Then I want one here. Actually, I want one here, and I want one here. So we're going to add 27 here. Yeah, that works. Okay, then we got to do 18 more with this one. So 27 plus 18 is 45. Oh, we gotta do another 18. 63. The math is mathing. Yeah, that works. Okay. So these are 2 prime spots for windows. So now we just got to add the edge loops. Right there. There. So this is where we run into issues, and this is where we got to get a little bit more creative. So we cannot allow this. We got to move this to better line up, but we cannot allow it to move anywhere else along except for right here on this axis. So right now, component seems to be working. And I just hope it stays that way. Yeah, it seems like it's a safe bet. We don't want to distort the wall. But things are shifting to different points because they're just... It's just sort of how this lines up. But that's okay. We're going to add one more edge loop here. Then one more point there. And, ooh. So that more or less worked. I'm gonna just shift this guy over a smidge. This guy over a smidge that way. Okay. And we just got to do our little cut thing here. So we're just going to delete the history, and then we're just going to save because this thing tends to crash out on us. Okay. There we go. All right, that should be good. Yeah, and this thing doesn't need to be like perfect. It just needs to be sort of believable. Now we got these lovely 4 panels here that just don't need to exist. Done this enough times now that it's kind of just muscle memory at this point, but go. Should be able to just that. To some degree of efficacy. So we need to change this to component. Should be fine to just tuck that in a little bit there. So. This is a little bit more crooked. Should be okay. Okay. That's good there. We also want to look at, it's not enough just to have these textures in. We also want to generate some 3D rocks. Kind of make sure everything pops a little bit. But that's essentially half of the section there. There's going to be a decent, take this, delete the history, flip it, just set this to 0.1. And that should lead to tons of light coming in. Right there. So, next order of things is to come over here. Get the wall sorted out. So we'll just cut along here, cut along here. Should be fine. That's okay. Yeah, we got to also get rid of these edges. Oops, wrong way. Up here. All right. I'm going to work on this tomorrow morning as well. And we're just going to pick up where we left off. I don't think we're going to get this done this week. But I might work on it throughout the weekend as well, just because this is a very demanding building, and there's going to be a lot of detail that's required for this, for a building like this. So, I want to just get the stone walls kind of blocked in. Let's do that. Yeah, we want this more or less to do this. That's fine like that. So this is what it would look like if this is what this building looks like if you were to let it get old and not all the wood shit fall out from it. It's kind of like how church ruins kind of look, right? It all kind of falls down, all the roofs and shit fall out. Left with just the stone. But yeah, we got a pretty dang solid base set up here. Obviously the inside, I think we're probably going to tweak a bit more to make that look like a whitewash. And then we could also look at maybe making some sort of I'm not sure. Because right now this is built for tiling, but eventually the inside of this wall and the inside of this wall, we want to put some designs in there. So we're going to have to get kind of creative in how we approach something like that. But like, this is a pretty good sized church. Your guy can walk through. La da 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 da. There's mass. Everyone does their mass. This is the priest. He does his little sermon up here. Then there's the Eucharist and stuff there. Everyone receives communion. They dip. Then you got this little side area here. This allows you to get up to the top here. Then maybe there's the church bell up here. And the priest would likely not live in the actual church itself. Usually the priest has a building off to the side for living accommodation. So there wouldn't necessarily be like a bed or something up there. But there would be probably... they would have the Eucharist, and inside the Eucharist they would have a box that would have the chalice for the wine and the plate for the bread. And I don't know if communion, like communion is a modern Catholic thing. I'm pretty sure it was like, I don't think they would have the wafers that they have now. I think it would probably be actual bread they would probably have. I'm not too sure how communion worked in the Middle Ages, but they would have had some form of communion, because that's a pretty essential part for Catholic Mass. Like, you can't really, like, a lot of people, at least in Catholic religion, believe that, like, receiving the Eucharist is the most important. You get the bread and then you're done. You're good to go. A lot of people, if they're in a rush, they got somewhere to go, they receive communion, and then they get the hell out. Because that's the only part that matters in Mass, is the communion. But yeah, that's we'll call it here for today on this, and we'll play some Chivalry 2. We got the wall blocked in, which is nice. I got some lemonade, and it's I bought it on the shelf, non-refrigerated. But it seems to have... I let it sit out overnight yesterday, and I think it's fermented a little bit, so it tastes a little fucking off. I'm gonna change up my drink options here in a minute. Yeah, nice little shot there, and then a nice little shot from the back here. Usually you can go for a bit without worrying about refrigeration because it's not like milk, but I guess I let it out a little too long. Alcoholic lemonade. It smells like it's alcoholic. I don't think I'm getting drunk though. There is like Mike's Hard Lemonade. But I think that's just a cocktail mix. I don't think they just let lemonade ferment. Maybe an inside shot like this for now too. Like obviously we want this to be whitewashed, so we are going to replace this texture. They typically churches, we could use decals, but the problem with a decal is that it is a projection system. Ugh, excuse me. So you can put a projection here, but decals work off of volume, and they're usually boxed volumes. So this round section here, we would have to get creative and think of something else. But I think what the best answer is, and I know they do this in like Skyrim. What we could do here is say, let's say we want a nice little decoration in the bottom section. You could just take this, or maybe we can't. There we go. You could just take this side here. We can go into world here really quick. Then we can just shift and hit duplicate face, pull it out a little bit, and then we can run an opacity texture over top. And what that's going to do is we create a custom texture that's very much masked out in most of its stuff, and then you just got the little patterning on the side here to make it look extra fancy and beautiful. That's definitely something we could look at. So yeah, that is an option. But for right now, we're going to call it here, and then I'll probably start the roof tomorrow morning. We can start roofing some stuff and kind of get how the shape of the roof is going to be planned out. And then when I start streaming tomorrow, we'll get the doorway in here fixed, get the stairs in here set up so that we can kind of make this thing practical. I don't know if we keep this window in or not. I kind of like it, but I don't know if we keep that window in or not. I don't know if it fits with everything else. We may have to make it fit and shift some shit around. But right now, it's looking pretty cool. We're also going to put... I can just draw one here quick just to show you. We're just going to come over here like this. And we're going to just put big pieces like this over the corners. Like that. And what that's going to do is when we get big ass rocks and stuff modeled in, that's just going to look really nice. And it kind of breaks up the stuff and hides how the corners bend around. So you kind of got a little bit of this dark spot here and how this doesn't really match. But we can just kind of come over here with this and just kind of cover it all up. Just pull that out a touch. Whatever. Something like that, and just kind of cover it all up, right? It's a nice little technique to kind of hide some Ooh, don't do that. Hide some imperfections, but cornerstones are a pretty common theme in a lot of construction. They're very important. Just gonna delete the history. Quick save. Fuck out of here. All right. Paint any murals. That's the point. That's what I want with the whitewash. So we're going to do some type of mural paintings. It's not going to be super incredibly amazing murals, but there's going to be some murals. This is 11th century, so you don't want to do... We don't want to overkill it because this is like a coastal town. It's not super wealthy. The Priory will have a bit more of an impressive church, and then we can really get crazy with the murals. This is just a village. Slavers Bay doesn't have any churches because Slavers Bay is literally a bandit base in operation, and they're not God-fearing people. So they don't care about God. But this area here is settled in by regular folk, God-fearing folk in medieval England, so there would be some pagans probably still at this time period, though not a lot of them. But Christianity would be the predominant religion, so these people have a church. You can get rid of the background music because we will be playing with this stuff. Just give me a second here, and then I will join the voice chat. I just need 1 minute. All right, I am back.
Hey. Welcome in.
Oh, there we go. Frickin', you click the mute on the mic, and it doesn't even register.
What's going on, Squish?
We're winning. A lot
I
more
hope
busy.
we're winning today.
Yeah. Oh, we got this.
I believe it.
All campaigns. We've actually
Let's see.
completed most of these. That's actually interesting.
Let's get a win first game. I'm ready for it.
For a game that I kind of play the odd time when I can, like, this isn't a main game for me. I'm surprised how much I've completed for all the activities there is to do.
Same here. You know, I'm kind of just grinding for armor sets at this point. But I have the ones I want anyway.
Horstick.mpeg.
That's a hell of a name.
I think
Gosh, that kind of puts my
a-
name to shame.
It does a little bit, but I think you guys would get along.
I'm sure. I hope he's not a giant dick, though.
I can't remember what movie that is. It's a rapper in a movie. His name's Horstick.mpeg.
I never heard that one before. That's new to me. Is he on our team?
Blue. We're red, right? We're Masons.
Yeah, we're red.
Yeah, he's on the blue
Yep.
team, so you'll fight him.
Me and him don't get along. We gotta end these brother wars.
Yeah, he's typing in chat horse gods. Oh, fantastic.
That's hilarious.
Do you not see the chat on your side? Probably not. It's
No,
I think it's a Steam
Xbox
thing.
must block it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm getting gangbanged 5 versus 1.
Why are we all bleeding and dying for a bunch of wankers and dyed selks?
Let's see, where are the enemies?
Ooh, big hit there. They're all on the boat.
Every time
You just gotta aim in the general direction of the boat, and you're good. Oop, team damage. Oh,
I know. Well, that's how it is, kind of shooting into those mosh pits. By the time your arrow gets there, you're aiming at someone else.
yeah, I stand no chance.
Every time I find an enemy, it's like a group of 5 of them.
Oh, I got the wrong button. That's interesting. I wondered, have you ever used the special move with the
For
longbow?
the bow?
Yeah.
I didn't know I had a special move. What is it?
Yeah, it's like a melee. I wonder if it's like a stagger. Gotcha, bitch. You
That's
gotta
pretty
at
interesting
least
that it has a
commend me.
special. Some people are bad sports.
Yeah. Yeah, Archer the Archer. Come on, you gotta commend me. I killed my own teammate.
Nice. Beautiful.
We failed to protect the village. Fall back.
I guess you could grind to unlock skins for the warbow.
Masons, this tower is
Yeah.
our
You still got the
only
basic one,
remaining
right?
hold. Defend it.
Yeah, I like the basic warbow skin, to be honest. It's
I mean, it's
very,
not bad.
Like, bows are not complicated.
Yeah. It does have a, like, munitions grade aesthetic to it.
Yeah. I don't even know. Like, recurve bows technically are quite fancy, but I don't know if they've
Yeah.
ever made like historical fancy longbows, which kind of throws me off. Like theoretically,
Kinda
maybe
hard,
you could carve it or something, but like you're risking the
Yeah.
structural integrity of the bow.
Yeah. You might be able to add to it, but even then.
Yeah, it kind of. The problem with the bow is it's so effective as a stick with a string on it that you can't.
Yeah.
You mess with that too much and you affect its functionality.
Yeah.
Like, at least with a sword, most of the design elements that you see on swords make sense.
Yeah. Sword is a very practical thing. And it's easy to work with metal to do ornate things because it can withstand some tinkering like that, taking some away.
Alright, we're gonna switch it up.
I guess it would
I'm
also be
allowed to
harder for
change my
bows
class,
too.
okay.
Or you stuck as archer?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm thinking a lot of bows
I
probably
can.
didn't survive the time. You can what?
I did change it, okay. It's just grayed out for no reason. I'm gonna unplug my controller. Because I think my controller's screwing everything up. Because it's... the game's reading my controller input and is trying to,
Oh my god! I almost got the diffuse. Oh, we got the diffuse, thank god.
Alright. I got some hits in.
Yeah, I got some good hits in. A lot of damage that round.
Oh, someone's...
You guys are
cooking.
doing good.
I like that this is basically like a hobbit hole.
Yeah, I do love the aesthetics of this place.
Yeah. I don't know if that's historical or not. It might be. I wouldn't be
I
surprised.
think homes, yeah, I
Because
think homes built
Tolkien's-
into the sides are true, yeah.
Tolkien is very much taking cues from real history, so...
Fallen.
Like, pretty much
I
all
believe,
of, like, the dwarven runes that you see is actually just, like,
Easily protect the hamlet.
a mixture of, like, Norse and Celtic runes.
Yeah.
So,
I think a lot of his stuff is based off that too, like
Yeah.
architecture-wise.
Yeah. I don't know what Tolkien's actual drawings look like.
I don't think I have seen them either.
I don't, because, like,
least
obviously,
I don't
like,
remember them.
Peter Jackson stuff is a little bit more out there, but what Tolkien actually thought of, because I know, is it Christopher Tolkien, who is his son? think
I
it's
believe so. I
Christopher
think that's his
Tolkien.
name.
He hated the movies. He thought they were an absolute abomination. And-
That's a wild take, in my opinion. The movies are amazing, especially the extended cuts.
Yeah, he just... From a lore perspective and how faithful it is to the books, he says it's not very faithful to the books, which is...
There is some liberties
It's
taken, but
pretty-
it is a movie.
It's pretty damn... Like, it's probably one of the more faithful adaptations that you can get, but, like, their standards were so high. Like, Tolkien did not like sharing the rights to his stuff with other people because he just was so concerned they would butcher his work.
I mean, to be fair, he's kind of right. I mean, have you seen Rings of Power?
I have not, and for good reason.
I've seen parts of it, and it is horrible. If I was him, I'd be turning in my grave right now.
Who the fuck's hitting me? I think it's friendly fire for the most part.
I'm getting team damage warnings.
Ross Al Ghul. It's an interesting.
Oh, I didn't know Batman joined the party.
Yeah. I think this is his cousin. That dude is getting messed up in 6 Ways from Sunday.
In front of the other lads.
Yeah, I believe all the architecture in Lord of the Rings, I believe it's based on real life, because I think if I remember right, the Shire is based off of rural England.
It could be. I might incorporate something like that. Because it would be a really effective house. Like, just dig it into the side of a berm.
Insulation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
free insulation, rock solid. You're not gonna burn
Ooh.
anything down. Dirt doesn't really catch fire.
Hey, Squish, I got something for you. Here, you can hold my cock.
Oh, very nice of you.
Take good care of it.
I lost my cock.
Oh no.
Quick, throw me in the women's bathroom.
You can
Before
still
it's
have
banned.
those and go in the women's room these days.
That's true.
You used to
I didn't
have
mean
to cut them off to get in there, but I know you cut it off for nothing now. You used to have to cut it off, but they changed the rules. I just gotta put a dress on.
That would be.
We're doing a good job, I think, but they're starting to get it.
Yeah.
We might be. I think we can get it back though.
You know, that big sword that's kind of got, I think it's almost like a Chinese sword, where it's kind of bows out at on the end.
think I know
I
which
feel
one
like
you mean.
those weapons are kind of bullshit. I feel like a lot of Chinese swords are bullshit. I wonder if
Yeah,
they
you know
just
which ones I
made
don't
that
get is
shit
the-
up.
Yeah, I feel that way about the hook sword.
Yeah, like the monk, Shaolin
Like, it
monk's
feels like
hook sword, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like a gimmick, you know?
Yeah, I feel like... I remember
think a
someone
lot
was
of weapons
mentioning... it was in India. And they were saying there was a warrior there who had a 70-pound sword.
No way.
And I was just
that
like,
would
that's
be
not
impossible
possible.
to use.
But the guy
Even
insisted...
if you pick it up, you'd never use it.
The guy insisted that that was true, and he showed me an article about it. And I'm just like, you gotta know that's fake. Like, it's just not practical.
Yeah.
Like, even if you had
Yeah.
the strength to lift that and wield that, you wouldn't. And
Yep.
like, how many Indians are in strongman? Like, none of those
Yeah,
guys are lifting 70-pound swords. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think any man on Earth would be able to use a 70-pound sword in combat.
Like, yeah, Bjornsson wouldn't feel comfortable using that thing.
Yeah, because at a certain point, the weight of the sword would be working against you, you know?
Well, the momentum of swinging that thing, it would literally lift you off your feet. Like, you would
Yeah.
launch yourself swinging that because it's so heavy.
Yeah. Even, like, hammers, which are, like, stereotyped as the heaviest weapons, they don't get remotely close to 70
Yeah,
pounds.
They get, like, a sledgehammer is about 10 pounds.
Yeah. Any heavier
Maybe
than
you can
that,
get, like, a
that's-
12-pound sledgehammer, but it's not practical
Yeah.
to go up to 70. But yeah, they were trying to, and that's, like, I feel like that part of the world just makes a whole bunch of shit up. About their
Yeah.
history, about the fights and stuff like that, and it's like, whatever. There's been stuff that
Yeah.
people made up to in our history, like, there's stories of people who,
Yeah.
Like, there was a story of a Viking who lifted the entire sail on his back and re-lifted it up because they were in a storm and the ship fell apart in the storm, so he re-lifted the sail up. And it's like, that's freaking like 500 pounds of lumber. That'd be a big-ass fucking piece, so that probably isn't true either. But I feel like a lot of the medieval weapons are just... They're mall ninja weapons, and they're fake, and they were designed to ooh and awe foreigners. I think that was the main goal.
Yeah. It's kind of the same way with, like, Chinese martial arts. I forget the guy's name. Oh, but there's a really famous Chinese martial artist who just proved all modern Chinese martial arts is bullshit because he just kept beating the shit out of supposed grandmasters in China.
Yeah.
I think the weapons.
It's a lesson in psychology. Well, like you look at like weapons like the butterfly sword and stuff like that. Like the glaives look pretty legit, but a lot of the weapons seem just kind of like showmanship stuff.
Yeah, even like, especially quote-unquote ninja weapons, I especially think the sai, you know, like...
Yeah. Oh, I killed horse.
There's no way those can... Yeah.
Yeah, no. But even like the butterfly swords, like
guess I'm a woman now.
They look pretty cool. But they're super fat, and it's like, why would you ever have a blade that wide? Like, what's the purpose of that? I just healed you and he died. Like, you have falchions. They get a little bit fat because they want to have a good cutting edge, but they never get, like, crazy, like, butterfly sword thick. Which leads me to think that that's more aesthetic than anything else.
Yeah.
Like, they just thought, oh, this wider blade looks more intimidating. And it comes from the martial arts community. I don't think, like, those were ever commissioned much in battle.
Unlikely.
Like, I can't see the Chinese army walking around with those things. We already know, like, swords in general were not popular in the battlefield. They would mainly stick to spears.
Yep.
So I imagine
were the kings of the battlefield.
I imagine, you'd have Chinese variant. It'd be mostly glaives and spears for China, and probably the same in Japan.
You know, I do know in Japan, I know it was explicitly for ceremonial purposes, but I know a blacksmith made a gigantic sword. I forget what it was, but it was like 8 foot long, I think. But it was explicitly for ceremonial purposes. That was no way a battlefield implement.
I know, like, they have stuff called bearing swords, and they were typically not used for battle either in Europe, but they were, like, giant decorations for your castle or whatever, and they would be, like, 6-7 feet long.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about it was like it was a show of craftsmanship from the blacksmith, because that was extremely hard to do at the time.
Yeah, it would be. You would need to literally well, I think in Japan in particular, and I don't know if this could be just mumbo jumbo that the Japanese like to say to make them seem more impressive. But I have heard that the Japanese do like to make their own ovens per sword, so they will assemble and disassemble their weapons.
I haven't heard that one.
Well, it's just bricks, right? So they just got their clay bricks.
Yeah.
And so they would just build it and tear it down and then rebuild it for each sword that they would do.
I can't imagine that would be practical, especially during wartime when you would have to be pumping swords out.
Probably not for... I would say probably not for every blacksmith would do that, but maybe like elite blacksmiths that did specialty weapons. Maybe they had that practice.
Potentially, yeah. Because I can't see that working on, like, a massive scale.
Don't give them the satisfaction of destroying those stones. There are few left.
Wow, these guys are fucking me up.
Yeah, I'm getting messed up here. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding openings at the moment.
They have a considerable amount of more kills than us. Oh, you bitch! Who just shot me? Goddamn. God, I feel like frickin' Sir John F. Kennedy, like fucking, if he was a knight. I just took a big one to the face.
Rip. Outplayed. I gotta use my jab more.
It's a really deadly move if you can hit it accurately.
Well, especially when people do their big wind-up swings, just interrupt. Interrupt.
Yep.
Easy. You're not winding up anymore.
Oh, this blue guy almost snuck through because he's so dirty it covered up his blue. God, I almost got that guy.
Got him.
Oh, we're about to win? I didn't even notice. Wow.
Great victory. Yeah, they couldn't get the
Nice.
last stone.
Were no match
I almost feel bad for them because they had almost 100 more kills than us.
Yeah, we were getting smoked at the beginning.
I didn't realize we were actually holding them back there. I thought they had that objective until I just looked at the timer. I like how they, they raid our village, steal all of our livestock and peasants, destroy our defenses, and it's still considered a victory.
Yeah.
Just because we saved a stone.
We saved the stone, boys.
Yeah, like the
Our
village doesn't
economy's in
exist no more.
shambles, but we saved the stones.
I know. Next thing you know, they're just going to put like a 120% tariff on us.
Yeah.
Cast down these charlatans. End Agatha once
The
and
slaughter of Coxwell.
for the
Currently, we're still red.
preserve the throne.
This suck, you know, Coxwell.
Cast down these
Yeah, everyone's making Coxwell
Beautiful
jokes.
name.
for the Iron Three.
I wonder where the golden cock is on this map. Every map has one, but I just don't know where they are.
Agatha once
Probably in the treasure area, where it's like, not the one where you take it to the cart, but the one after.
They're usually hidden somewhere.
for these traitors.
There's one in the town square, but I don't think that's this map. I think that's in the next map.
That's,
Slaughter the peasants.
what is that? It's, why am I drawing a blank? It's
Lion
like the
Sphere or
most
something?
basic map. Lion Spire. That's it, Lion Spire.
yeah.
That one I know by heart. The one on the last
Honestly,
map, I actually did.
we don't
I didn't
get
even
that
know it was
one
there. I
as
found it on
a
accident.
lot for whatever reason. I like that map quite a bit, but it doesn't seem to come up very often.
It's, for me, that's like the map of this game, in my opinion. It's like the most classic.
Yeah.
I think it was one of the first maps they added in the base game.
Do they have they ever what am I trying to say here? Ooh, double hit. Are there any maps that are from Chivalry 1 and Chivalry 2? Or do they just
These
start
are all
off
different.
fresh? Yeah.
Yeah, the maps from Chivalry 1 they're a bit of a mess.
I imagine they would be. And this
Yo,
game's art
Chivalry
style
1 was,
looks significantly different, I think. The way the lighting works.
Chivalry
and all
1
that.
had a way different aesthetic feel to it.
Yeah. That's the
The
impression I got.
gameplay was different.
I never played it, but that's the impression I got from it. Did this come after Mordhau? I think it did, right?
I believe it did, yes.
They probably saw Mordhau and were like, okay, we gotta change a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah. You know, the Chivalry 1, though, for its credit, it had some interesting game modes. Like, it had a Call of Duty Zombies-inspired game mode, where you were fighting waves of enemies and spend points between rounds.
Yeah. I think Mordhau has that as well.
It was so interesting because, you know, you'd face 3 rounds of peasants. It's like, yeah, you know, that's easy. And then the 4th round, you have to face a 10-foot tall king character who would kick your ass in 1v1. I don't know if Chivalry 1 has crossplay or not, but it would be worth playing just for the shits and giggles of it if it's still around. It's probably pretty cheap nowadays.
I don't know if they have the servers open or not. I'd have to see.
I don't know.
I'd have to look it up. The one thing I really just... I guess I could... Oh, no. How do I change my perspective?
Move on! The village has been destroyed!
Weapon, special jab. Click.
Oh, I keep running into people.
Storm the gate with your weapons!
Yeah, I don't see anything to change your perspective.
I know it is a thing because I can do it.
Yeah. I'm just... The one downside to first-person mode is when people run past you, you're just... The spatial awareness just isn't there.
Yeah.
Third person
Yeah, I think third
alleviates
person
that a
is
bit.
good for... Yeah, it's good for fighting multiple people, third person. But I like first person because I can actually see the weapons in front of me.
Yeah, it is more immersive to an extent. It's just...
Yeah.
It's a problem that just... Every game kind of has, is just... How do you deal with someone who runs past you? Like in real life, it's easy. You have a comfortable awareness and you know exactly where they are because you have your other senses. But you don't have that degree of accuracy in video games.
Could have went better.
Gosh, this guy threw a boulder at my face. Ooh, nice. Big kill. It's also interesting, because I feel compelled to play this game in first person, but whenever I play on Mountain Blade, I love playing it in third person.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy boy, what are you doing? Oh.
Honestly,
This guy's just bonking.
I kind of feel like I would enjoy playing Kingdom Come Deliverance in third person.
I think there's mods for that.
There probably is.
In fact,
I know
yeah,
there
in fact,
is.
I know I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. I think I'll full list.
I
those for us.
forgot.
I think
I should make a sword for my
for Kingdom Come.
yeah, for my next playthrough. I should make my own sword.
That'd be
Just
a
don't
cool
know
idea.
if I do a long sword or a one-handed sword, because gameplay wise, I think the one-handed sword's kind of broken. Like, it's very strong.
I've noticed they're significantly faster to use.
Yeah, you can just bully people. Where the two-handed sword is so slow, you're a lot more prone to do A lot more prone to just focus on master strikes and clinch striking, where the two-handed or the one-handed sword, you're more prone for using your agility and dashes and combinations. It encourages it more because it's much faster. It's faster than almost any other weapon.
Oh yeah, I've seen some of the short sword executions, and they look sick.
Yeah, you can like punch people in the face with the guard and stab them in the throat and a whole bunch of stuff. They're good. It's a fun. I like using the knight sword. It's technically like probably the second strongest sword in the game, but you get it. You can get it in Trotsky Castle, and you get the print for it, so you can craft it in Trotsky Castle. And if you level up enough, you can get the highest tier.
Yeah,
And it does the highest blunt damage. So out of all the
that's pretty useful.
out of all the short swords in the game, it does the highest blunt. So
We
it's
like
very
our high
good
blunts
against-
around here.
it's very good against armored opponents. And of course, if you know how to
Yeah.
make poison, it's even easier.
Oh. Poison is yeah, that's kind of like what's the word? It's kind of like cheating almost. It feels like how easy it makes it.
Yeah. I like using
That being
poison
said, I
with the
feel
bows.
yeah, it feels like a mandatory for bows. Like if you're facing a group of bandits, the only way you can use range is if you use the
doll maker.
doll
poison.
maker. Yeah.
I like watching
If you're
them
not using
swerve.
doll maker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they definitely. Well, I don't even know. Like, in real life, poison would be OP as well. Like, if you could actually get poison.
It would, but I don't think it wouldn't kill quick enough to make much of a difference in combat.
Yeah. You would have to poison them before the fight.
Yeah.
Like, if
That's
it's,
another thing is the poison takes effect really quick in KCD.
Well, also, though, like, in the application of a sword, how much poison is actually going to get in? 'Cause let's say you cut
Not
your
much, likely.
blade coated in poison. Great. You cut some guy, you get in there nice and deep. But the blood is pouring out of his arm.
Yeah.
So is he going to... Is he going to have that poison circulate through his body, or is most of it going to get pushed out of his body because he's bleeding?
Yeah,
And
unless
also
you
the-
like yeah, unless you stab it in him, but even then that he's got bigger issues.
Yeah, exactly. If you are stabbing the guy or you're cutting him very deeply, and enough blood is leaving his body anyway, what difference does it make if he's got poison in him?
I know, that is just spitting on the wound at that point.
Where, like, if you poison food, like, at least, like, oh, you poison their cooking pot or whatever, and then they get violent diarrhea. And then you ambush them while they're leaking out their ass, then, you know, that could be something. But yeah, from a realistic perspective, poisoning a blade doesn't make any sense. Although it is kind of like it's used in history, like Hamlet, the Shakespearean play. The guy had poison in his blade, if I remember correctly. They were
Yeah,
doing
that's
a
true.
fencing duel. But that was also they weren't
That
fighting
was
to the
fictional,
death.
too.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
in the context, they weren't supposed to fight to the death. So him getting
Yeah.
cut is a minor cut, doesn't really hurt him. He's not concerned about it because he thinks he's safe. But the blade is poisoned, so he's actually going to die later. He's not supposed to die until after the duel's over.
That's pretty sneaky.
Yeah, I'm just getting, like, sensory overload. I gotta just focus on what I'm doing instead of reacting to what's happening. You're running
Getting,
into three
bogged
people
down
at
in
once.
fights. Yeah, that's what
Well-
I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm fighting too many people at once, and I'm trying to react to everyone instead of just swing.
I don't know, that's kind of what it is. You just gotta fucking swing and hope one of them is not guarding at you.
Yeah.
I got a pile of gold. I just snuck right behind two blue guys who never noticed I was there.
Very based.
Act like you belong and you'll belong. You know, I wonder if they ever patched the Black Arrow exploit in KCD. I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
you
don't know.
got a bunch.
I did for that one playthrough, but I don't... I mean, the Black Arrow's nice, but... If I wanted to just one-hit people, I would just get, like, a heavy crossbow or something. Like, at least, I guess the thing is faster, but still, I just kind of like, eh. It's cool to have for the stats, but... I don't care that much.
Yeah, I got 2,000 of them myself. Oh my gosh, loss.
Rip.
I also hope we all get a better bow than... I think the Elm longbow is the best right now.
Elm or Ash?
I hope we get a better
I think
bow.
it's the Ash one.
Ash one, that's the one.
But it's only silver
I hope we
tier.
get a...
Yeah,
I know,
nicer
that
one.
bugs me.
Maybe in the DLC. Although the DLC for the first one is focused on, I think, shields. Because it's
Yeah.
Brush of Danger, Brush of Death.
Brush with death.
And the big feature is you can make custom shields. Is what they say.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm gonna try to make a custom Skeleton shield, if I can.
Yeah, I imagine they would let you. That seems like a no-brainer.
It does, but... it's hard to put anything past people these days. I'm also afraid of what people are gonna do with certain blue, pink, and white colors. And other assorted rainbow colors, too. I'm afraid of what they'll do with that.
We'll have to see. I don't know how customizable it is. I'd imagine you could do a basic rainbow, but like I could see also like they go full Call of Duty and like you can do like giant dicks with jizz pouring out of it.
That was my favorite part about old Call of Duty.
Yeah, just nothing but jizzing dicks and swastikas all over the place.
Yep. Ah. Real Call of Duty. Back when Call of Duty meant something. You know, you hopped into a game lobby, you met 5 10-year-olds who banged your mother, and they all called you the N-word.
Yep. It was a simpler time back then.
Ooh, double kill. Nice. That was good. Oh my gosh.
Ah, he gotcha. I was
Yep.
hoping me flanking him would give him a little bit more pause, but he just went right for you.
I got shot with an arrow there.
Oh, so he didn't even kill you. He just got a
Yeah,
break.
that was... yeah. I got Kennedy'd.
Dismembered, you bitch. Oh, you're still alive. Oh, he killed me. With one arm, he was able to get me. Enormous Schlong is
Wow.
the name. Well, I
At
can't
least he
take it
still
away
has
from
two,
him.
yeah, I guess he's still got 2 limbs left then.
Oh, he's still
Oh,
alive.
yeah.
He's still alive, and he got me again. He still has one arm.
Guy just threw his sword at me and missed.
That happens most of the time, I'd say. Oh. Sergeant Tickletoes went down. These names are hilarious.
People probably say the same thing when they look at my name. Oh yeah, there's a fucking... Yeah, I see a fucking horse stick on the enemy team. I guess me and horse stick are just never made to fight together.
Nope. Oi, mate. Got a license for that?
This guy just jumped from like 15 feet in the air to do an overhead on me, and I just blocked it with my shield. I feel bad for him. That would have been so climactic if he landed that on me.
Rip.
These barricades are actually pretty strategically placed, whoever's placing them.
Yeah, it sucks when the other team knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I noticed that's the case right now. Ooh. Someone's put... These barricades this guy's putting down is actually pretty handy.
Got
Well, I just
nothing
killed
out of that
Raz's
one.
ghoul.
Let me go back to Archer.
I did what Batman couldn't. I killed Raz's ghoul.
Honestly, the more you grow up, the more you realize Batman's no-kill rule is just retarded. Like, it just...
I agree. Like, how many people, innocent people, have, like, the Joker killed just because Batman won't kill the Joker?
Yeah.
It does seem very childish.
Yeah. It's like, oh, it's his code. It's like, I don't give a shit. It's retarded.
Yeah.
This guy's trying to out-snipe
But-
me.
Like, if Batman ever snapped and decided, fuck this shit, the entire Batman universe would be over the next day, because he'd just kill half of the Gotham villains.
He'd kill half, and then the other half would stop, because they're like, I don't want to die.
Yep.
That's
You know,
that's a thing a lot of death penalty people just don't understand, or anti-death penalty people. It's like, it's not about eye for an eye. It's just that a
deterrence.
criminal is going to weigh his options and go, oh, if I get caught, I'm going to die.
Yeah. It's
Maybe
even
I
better
shouldn't
when
do
it's
this.
a gruesome death. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a deterrent.
Yeah, because you're not going to do a crime if you know that, like, a firing squad is waiting for you on the other side.
Or you would have to be damn sure you can get away with it, and it's worth that kind of a risk. Problem now
Yeah.
is too much crime is like 50-50, so it's like, well, if I lose, I break even. Like, obviously you would be a career criminal.
Yep. I mean, hell, even here in New York, we have, like, no bail rules where a bunch of people just get out of jail, don't even have to pay bail or anything.
Yeah.
And it has the knock-on effect where cops don't even arrest half the people, because what's the point?
Yeah, they do that, a lot of that shit with California, too.
Yep.
Agathians, defend our gatehouse.
And we have an issue in our town in Canada. And it got resolved because we are a small town and we know the judge. And the judge understood politically that if she were to keep defending the thief, her life would get a lot worse. So
That's good. That's one of the good
That's-
things about small town areas.
yeah, there was a thief in this area. Everyone knew who was stealing.
Yeah.
But because there wasn't enough of an investigation that they couldn't technically get a warrant, the police couldn't do anything. And then eventually, one of the homeowners actually arrested the the burglar in the garage and tied him up and called the police and had the police come and pick him up. And the police let the thief go and arrested the homeowner and called that entrapment. Which is that's not entrapment. That's not the definition of entrapment, but they claimed it was entrapment. And that case is the one that the judge threw out because they knew, okay, we can't do that.
Yeah, that's retarded. How can you, as a police officer, side with someone breaking in? That's unfathomable to me. How do you, like, sign up to protect your community and that's what you do? That's so backwards to me. I would never be able to make that decision.
A lot of police officers in Canada are the sort of, like, spurred kids who kind of became the we gotta follow the rules type of spurred kids, not the people who want to protect communities. It's more about, oh, we gotta follow the rules, we gotta do this, you're doing this and this. Like it's one of those types of mentalities. It's a little bit different. And I think it's mainly because crime is less of a problem in Canada. Like murder is a little bit. It's changing now, obviously, but it used to not be a big problem in Canada. People weren't dealing with murders and gun crime and all that stuff. So the type of people you're attracting in a police role isn't your person who wants to protect your community from criminals and thugs. It's somebody who wants to arrest people for driving 15 over the speed limit and use stupid ride programs. Do you have ride programs in the U.S.?
We do.
How is that constitutional?
Nowadays, I don't fucking know, man. I mean, the Constitution, I've realized, is just a piece of paper. It doesn't really mean anything these days.
Well, it's just so weird how many weird laws there are that people just completely ignore. Like, you're basically pulling everybody over and searching their vehicle and trying to determine whether or not they're drinking. It's like, that's not legal. There's no way that should be legal.
Oh yeah, we have the same thing.
Yeah.
Where they get it is the courts say when you sign up for your driver's license, you consent to giving up some of your rights, and if you want those rights, don't get a license.
It's like, oh, okay, I guess I just won't be able to go to work or live a life.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
World.
Like, so the basically, the courts are doing gymnastics, but they're like the government owns the roads and they can regulate them how they see. So you have to basically give up to government. It's retarded.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the same logic in Canada. Because technically in Canada, they're not supposed to arbitrarily search vehicles. But they can when it's ride programs. But everyone's so concerned about drunk drivers, even though... Whatever. I don't know how many people give a shit. Outside of, like, people who are affected by it. But...
Do you have civil asset forfeiture laws up there like we do?
Oh, for sure.
That right there really boggles my mind. Talking about constitutional violations.
I don't know if this falls under civil asset forfeiture, but we had an Amish family who lost their house due to environmental regulation. Which I think that happens in the States all the time, too, with the EPA. Where it's like, oh, this property is now technically considered a wetland, so, yeah, you've lived here for 4 generations, but we're going to just seize your property. We'll give you a fair price. They give you a fair price based off of the tax evaluation of your house, which is, like, worth maybe less than half of what your house can get at market.
Yep.
So... you're fucked, and then you can't buy a house with the money you got from losing your home because it's worth half as much as what you can actually buy a house for. Although house prices are at least a little bit more reasonable in the States. Like Canada, it's fucking retardedly expensive.
Around here,
Well,
it's
New
not
York is-
horrible, but
I imagine New York City's like impossible, but
it's impossible. Forget about it.
like you get
You would not
basically
make
a
enough a
studio
month.
apartment for $500,000. But you can't even own property in New York. That's the thing, though. Everything would be rent. Like, unless you want to buy an entire
Basically.
apartment building.
Yeah, I mean there are some houses in the city, but that's for really fucking rich people. And if you were that rich, I don't know why you would choose to live in New York City.
Yeah, that's the other thing that's weird. It's like, hey, let's live in this high crime area.
Yeah, why would someone willingly choose to live in a city?
Yeah. Well, what's his name? He played like Hellboy, the new Hellboy, not Ron Perlman, the other guy.
I
The
think.
other guy.
Oh no. Yeah, who's
Dan
the new
Arbor,
one?
I think maybe.
Yeah.
He was showing off his studio apartment, and it was a fucking closet. Like, there was barely any room for anything in there. And I'm like,
I know.
you paid like $500,000 for this shit. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. I know,
That's
they're like
just nasty.
they're packed in like sardines in New York City. I hate it, man.
Yeah. It's the same in like most cities, but it's just like that's why I'd never want to live in a city. I used to think it would
I
be
never would
cool
either.
because there was so much shit to do, but with the age of the internet, like
It's bad.
most of the benefits that you would get from living in a city just don't exist anymore. It's a dated system.
Yeah.
I really can't do this.
I could go on forever about how horrible New York City is. It's loud, it's smelly, it's crowded, it's dirty.
Yeah,
They literally vape the odors from their sewer.
I've heard that they like New York in general just smells like sour milk.
It's
Which
pretty
is
bad.
wild.
And then where I live, upstate, the economy is shit up here. We used to have a lot of industry, but it all left New York, and I don't blame them.
Yeah. Well, the problem is too with a lot of the, like especially with some of the Trump lawsuits, like the one where he got a loan from the bank or whatever, and they basically said, yeah, you paid the bank back with interest and all that shit, but we're still gonna take your shit because we think you overvalued your property. As if a bank doesn't do its own fucking investigations before giving people a loan.
Yeah, the bank loved him, man.
Yeah, but I digress. All the standards was he did everything right, and they're just suing him for a shitload of money because they don't like him. And a whole bunch of investors left New York over that ruling.
Yeah.
More shit like that's gonna happen. Canada's really
Yeah,
bad.
I would leave New York.
A lot of people are leaving Canada. Jobs are leaving Canada pretty quickly too.
Yeah.
So, but
I believe
it's,
it.
like some of that's the tariffs, but most of that is just the tax rate's way too fucking high. The cost of living's too high. You can't afford to do business in Canada anymore.
It kind of sucks. There's not many good places to go anymore. We're kind of running out of them.
Yeah, no, there's nowhere you can really go to anymore. That's the power of globalization. When everything goes to shit, you got nowhere to run.
And it's everywhere. Like, I've been trying to get out of New York. I've been looking at places in West Virginia, and it's cheap, it's affordable, the laws are good, taxes are good, but there's no fucking jobs in West Virginia.
Maybe that changes in a couple of years. Who knows?
Maybe. Maybe if people start investing in them.
Yeah. If I
They're
were
gonna
to,
get this, goddamn.
if I were to move into the States, I would pick like a small red state.
That's what I want to do. That's why I was looking at West Virginia.
Yeah.
West Virginia's good on everything except there's no jobs there.
Yeah. Like, I wouldn't want to move to Texas. A lot of people say, oh, Texas is where it's at, but it's like, Texas is purple.
Texas is becoming blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be blue in a couple of years. Everyone's going
Yeah,
to
and I
love it
hate
for
to
the
say it,
taxes,
yeah.
but it's going to flip, and
Yeah, when they start flipping the
other
state
shit's
blue,
going to
it's gonna
flip.
become
I think a
shithole.
lot of the swing states are going to probably become more
They're gonna
reliable
flip.
red. But I think, like,
Yeah, they're gonna go
Texas
one
is
way or
gonna be-
another.
Texas is going to be a big one. The electoral map is going to shift pretty dramatically.
Yeah, I think the concept of a swing state is going to disappear eventually.
We'll have to see. Like, I think Texas will be fine for a couple years, but I think in like 15, 20 years, it'll be a blue state.
Oh yeah,
it'll be,
especially
I
if
think it'll
they
be red
don't
for
control
a couple
immigration.
more cycles. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the only way to really counteract that is to get radical and start deporting people on a big scale. I think that's the only. And, I think another thing is states should be more selective about the people they let come live in their states. Like, a lot of the people going to Texas are California refugees.
Yeah, I don't know what the laws are. If they're allowed to restrict people moving state to state. I feel like...
I don't think it's ever been tried before, so there's no precedent.
I imagine there would have been precedent during, like, the Civil War.
Maybe during Reconstruction era, but even then, I don't believe there's any precedent for laws regarding that.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that, but I feel like that would cause a constitutional crisis.
Maybe, but it also comes down to where in the Constitution does it say you can,
Well, there is technically a right to travel.
There
They
is.
say you're not a right to, but I think that was predominantly more like you're not allowed to be just arrested arbitrarily. Not so much that you're allowed to move, like, it would have to be, tested in the courts, I guess.
I think it'd also depend a lot on which court it went to.
Well, I think it would go to the Supreme Court. Either
It
way.
would eventually, but yeah.
But it's tough to say. Like, I want to say it probably would not be allowed to prevent U.S. citizens from moving through a different state. But I feel like there's gotta be some sort of remedy, because
Moving through a state's one thing, but moving permanently into a state, I mean, being able to control that would be up in the air, I think.
I wouldn't mind having, like, residency laws where it's like, if you move to a different state, you have to almost like reapply for citizenship. So
I wouldn't be opposed to it. I knew they were gonna get this one. They were just rolling us over.
yeah. No, yeah, I feel like if you had to like reapply for your voting membership, and it took a little bit of time. Like, maybe you can still vote in like presidential elections, but you're barred from affecting the state itself in the sort of like for local elections, because you're new to the state. So you should have, like, I don't think it's unreasonable theoretically to be like, hey, you've just moved here, you shouldn't be able to just end our entire political system because 1,000 people moved in here. Like, we've been running things in this town a certain way, you shouldn't just be able to bring a bunch of people in and then just vote for the next other guy.
Yeah. And that's something I'm worried about Because I think a lot of people, when they're moving away from these blue states, I think they do move strategically to red areas to try to flip them. I think that's something that we do see in Texas a lot.
I think that
I think
could
that's
be
what
some
happened in New
element.
Mexico.
I do know that there's some people who just genuinely don't like the policies and are genuinely flipping. Like I think they said 56% of people who leave a state are usually the opposite party. So
Yeah.
but that could also be just the heat of the moment, and as that and they
It's hard
change
to
their
just
mind
erase the bias.
after
Yeah.
a while.
Wipe this mess and stand off our land. Advance our siege convoys to the wall.
Fucker got me. Playing as the French. Here we go.
Yep, New French. There was a guy, Lord Miles, you know who that is, right?
Oh, yep, I love that guy. That guy is wild.
He went to France recently, and he just went, oh my god, this place is terrible.
I think he just moved out of Britain permanently recently.
Yeah, I think they kicked him out. Either they kicked him out
I don't think
or...
they can kick him out because he's a citizen. I think he willingly left.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard somewhere that they kicked him out, but I could be wrong.
I don't
Can I
think you
not
can kick out your
resupply?
own citizen.
That is true. I think they kicked him out of Greece then. I heard he got kicked out of a country.
Oh yeah, he did get kicked out of Greece. He got arrested
Okay.
in Greece because he went immediately to Greece and got arrested, and they kicked him out there. I don't know what the story was exactly. I think it was something with his ID.
Oh, they messed it up.
I forget what it was.
I just got pegged by Horse Dick. Not MPEG.
Man.
He's got the ballista, so he will peg you pretty hard.
Oh, that is a very big projectile he's putting into you. But yeah, fucking Lord Miles, he just lives a wild life. He's like been in Afghanistan with like the actual Taliban,
Yeah.
and they're just chilling together. Like they're just normal dudes. He lets them use all the U.S. gear that they left behind.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with like I understand probably just not liking the UK too much because it's kind of a shit show right
These
now.
days.
It was hilarious that he came. It was like this morning he posted how much France is a shithole and he hates it. At the same time, though, I feel like there's a little bit of bias because, I mean, the British people are very biased against French people.
I mean, yeah, that is a thing, but France is a bit of a... It's a third world country these days.
Well, that's the one thing he said. He's like, where are all the French people? I'm in France. Where are all the French people? But he's probably in Paris. Like, Paris is going to be a shithole.
Yep. I mean, London is... It's basically Londonistan now.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Fuck.
I just watched this guy get ballisted by his own teammate.
I was this close to beating that guy with my sidearm. Zigged when I should have zagged.
Yeah. I get it. It's hard to shoot a zigger, but it's easy to get a zagger.
Yep. That's how it works. I am whiffing these shots. I'll tell you what.
Landing my hits right now.
That was ill fated.
Oh, someone
Oh,
on the
yeah.
bus over here.
Oh my god, I know this guy's gonna be angry at me. I just rinsed the guy with my mace, teabagged him, and then he commended me.
Yeah. That was not gonna go well. Ooh, my neck's broken. Very fun.
It'll heal in a few days. Just gotta put a cast around it.
You got this. It shot you in the head. My bad. You walked right in front of my line of sight. Boy. Yep. Outbowed. You got it. We're right there
Sword
with
at
that
me.
siege rate.
I know. I'm surprised we haven't got it in already. I'm standing on this thing trying to push it.
That was bad.
Other ballista on the other side of the wall hit me.
I love this mace, man. Just like getting green hits all the time from damage boosts on people.
This is actually a terrible... Like, longbow is actually a really stupid idea. When we're sieging and trying to approach a wall. It's such a disadvantage. Why is the gate just opening?
Is the gates open? What?
Like, it opens and closes, but it's like, why would you open the gate?
Yeah, you would never open the gate. In fact, you would not be sallying your soldiers out.
Yeah.
You'd want your soldiers behind the wall. I mean, in most cases, if you're being invaded, it's going to be by a force that is numerically superior to yours, so you want to play defensively as much as you can.
In position. These Mason siege weapons are a terrible nuisance. Take them out.
No, it doesn't make any sense. Your best bet is to just have everybody on the wall or behind the wall and just help them with projectile weapons. Like,
The
you
same
would
thing
never...
with the catapults. You wouldn't put those on the wall.
This class just doesn't make sense for this situation. Yeah, catapults
you would
on
have
the wall make no sense either. You would put them behind the wall, because they can lob over it.
Yeah, you'd want archers on the wall, and then you'd have the infantry behind the wall, and then only when they got their siege ramps closer would you put infantry on the wall. You don't want to expose them to enemy fire until they're on the wall, actually. Yeah, that's something Warband
Shrek is down.
does really amazing. Or Mount and Blade, I should say. They do sieges really good in Bannerlord particularly, but Mount and Blade in general.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta try that game out at some point.
I think you would really love it. Especially Bannerlord, but Warband is also good.
I hope they make another game. I think they will. They're very successful on PC. I imagine they got a sequel
Siege weapons.
in the works.
Oh yeah. They're actually making a DLC, I think in 2 months. They're making a summer. They're making a Viking-themed naval expansion for Bannerlord. So they're still working on Bannerlord, which is good.
I'm curious, like, what the hell is going on with their art team, though. I will say that much, because their game looks like it's like 2013. Like, it looks dated for how new it is. They just, I mean, they probably just decided, like, look, let's keep it simple, let's run it on a basic engine, and then we don't have to worry about performance, because I think that's something everyone hates, is they get their game and it runs like absolute dog shit.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just
That's
playing
what
it
I'm
safe.
thinking. That's what I'm thinking, because the battles are massive. You get hundreds of people on the field at once, and the AI is doing a bunch of different things. So I imagine it probably is resource saving. Oh, this guy teabagged me back. It took him long enough.
Just instant death.
Yeah, I actually just finished my first playthrough of Bannerlord. It took me a long time.
Well, there's like lineages, right? So when you die, your son takes over. You have a
Yep.
son.
Yep, you can actually build clans, your own clan, your own family. You can even make your own kingdom if you want, but that is extremely hard to do. It's more easier to become king of an existing nation. I'm wondering if we're gonna get this.
I died.
There's no way we're gonna get this in time.
Nope, we're done.
Old France wins.
France wins, absolutely.
You know the part I think you would love about Bannerlord is they have custom swordsmithing, which is pretty in-depth system.
And that's in the Bannerlord one, right? That's not in Warband.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not in Warband, but it is in Bannerlord.
Yeah. Yeah, well. We'll have to see someday. I'm
Oh,
gonna play
Ravel.
Warband first, and then if I like it, I'll get Bannerlord.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That's what I did. Warband's pretty good.
Rodhill.
I would have a hard time myself going back to it, because it's gonna be missing a lot of, like, cool new features that Bannerlord has. There's one annoying aspect about Warband compared to Bannerlord, and that's if you defeat an enemy lord in battle in Bannerlord, you will always capture or kill him. But in Warband, if you defeat an enemy enemy lord, he has a chance to get away still.
After weeks of siege,
Which doesn't make sense. Like, if I clobber you on the head and you're lying on the floor, there's not any chance of you getting away from me.
siege tower.
Yeah. I'm also
But that's
curious,
just a small pet peeve.
because it seems like it combines elements of like Crusader Kings. I'm curious how Crusader Kings is, because I've seen a lot of people have fun with that game. Now that game is more... I don't think there's actual like combat like Bannerlord. I think it's more just like an RTS game.
So, yeah.
But
Oh my gosh.
I've heard good things
I got
about
killed by,
Crusader Kings.
I have to pick that up at some point, too.
Hey, Vlad. I saw Dirty's
what?
post on Baldur's Gate 3 tonight, so we're all good to go.
The tower must come forward.
This guy just threw his axe at me. It's crazy how in this game anything can be a thrown weapon.
Yeah. Got him. Honestly, the battle axe or the war axe, I guess, the knight's axe, we'll call it that, is probably
I know what you mean. Double-headed one.
one of the strongest freaking axes.
I think it's the default weapon, too.
Like, it's just so good. It's so fast. People just don't know how to handle it. People are so
That's
used to
good
the
damage,
big
too.
hammers and swords swinging that when they see something that's actually pretty nimble, they don't know how to handle it. That guy's bugged. I'm wondering what's going on with him. He's just bugged.
Archer with a two-handed sword? How'd he get that?
Killing my own team more than the other team. Fine.
I like how nobody is contesting this push over here. Oh, this is a gigantic siege tower.
Oop, hit from behind. I don't know if there are bards in Chivalry 2. Is there bards?
I know there's instruments and such that you can find around the map and play.
Yeah.
So I guess technically, yes.
Yeah. Because I think you might be thinking, Vlad, of Mordhau. I don't think there's a bard class specifically for this game.
Yeah, there's not a bard class specifically.
Yeah, they can pick them
There are
up. Yeah,
instruments.
okay. Yeah, we were playing with the Golden Cock earlier.
Yeah, didn't someone take your cock?
Yeah, someone cut my cock off.
Some people are just so inconsiderate.
That didn't block. I don't know why that didn't block.
We are right there with this tower. We just gotta send it home.
Got him.
They're putting up a good defense over here now. Right when we're about to get it. That left tower is about to get it though now.
Yeah, that's the one thing I really don't like about this game in Mordhau. It's one-handed weapons are way overpowered. They're too fast. And it's the misconception that two-handed weapons aren't fast. They're very fast. You can move a
they're very
two-handed
whippy.
weapon. Yeah.
What I think really exasperates that problem is if you're like in the middle of a swing with your two-handed weapon, like all the momentum dies as soon as you just get whacked once with a one-handed weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to see a better balanced weapon system. That's the biggest thing that killed my enthusiasm with Mordhau as well. Is this game's better than Mordhau in terms of how the fights feel and feel more fair, but the weapon balancing and like, I just hate that people can go in with like a Bowie knife and just wreck somebody with a two-handed sword. It's like that wouldn't happen in real life. Like,
Get
there's no
impaled
situation
as soon as you
where
got a
win.
distance.
Yeah, there's no situation you win that fight.
Yeah, you would be impaled like 9 out of 10 times immediately as soon as you got into distance.
And you're realistically not gonna parry. Like, parrying
Oh, yeah.
a two-handed weapon with a dagger, the guy's got two hands
Forget
and
it.
leverage on his sword. You're not gonna parry that. You're at best gonna
It's-
maybe deflect it so it's not as critical, but you're not getting in
Yeah.
the way of that. He's
And it
gonna
is a
bully you with
ballsy
that
thing.
sword. Yeah.
Yeah, it is ballsy to attempt to parry with a dagger because you gotta get that thing perfect in position.
Yeah. Like
You don't
for
have much margin of error.
like duels and stuff, they had parrying daggers, but that's a one-handed weapon. That's
Yeah.
one hand on one hand. When you got two-handed
Yeah.
weapon with leverage, forget about it. That's not even remotely comparable.
Yeah, you're getting overpowered.
Especially something like a greatsword or a polearm. It's like there's nothing you can do
Yeah, forget about it.
with a one-handed weapon. You need a two-handed weapon. Even a shield wouldn't be nice.
Yep.
I wouldn't like to have a shield against a polearm. Like what's a wooden shield gonna fucking do?
Our siege tower is at the wall.
Yeah, they'd still push you around.
Brothers, you must capture the castle walls.
I don't know, maybe this game needs like a poise system, like in Dark Souls, where it's like maybe you can parry, but it freaking staggers you and knocks you around, and you're just... The idea that you can just close distance and do a couple quick parries with a dagger and you're inside, and then you can just chop people up. It's like, that's not how fighting works.
False.
I don't know, maybe I gotta make that game. Although I want to move away, I want to do a shooter next. That's a problem. It's like I could make so many cool RPGs and sword games, but it's like I also want other shit I want to do. And
I
they
do
kinda
like,
take a long time.
I do like some of those sword games that are out, like that one. What's the one you play on stream a lot? I forget the name of it. It's that one that has a lot of frame rate issues. I know.
Oh yeah, half sword.
That's a half sword. That
Yeah,
one
that
looks
one's
good,
kinda
but
I saw someone post I posted a video of someone on YouTube who did actual like professional cuts and actual like
saw that,
game
I remember.
stances.
I know it's so wild to see that video because every time I see someone play it, like they're just waving the sword around like it's a wacky waving inflatable dude.
That is true.
Another good one that's out, I do like that Hellish Court. They actually just updated it not too long ago.
Yeah, my biggest
It's-
gripe right now with Hellish Court is it feels like I don't know enough of what I'm doing to be consistent. But that's just me needing more experience with it, because I just kind of feel like, okay, I can do these combos. But it just, I don't know. It's interesting.
You want to try out that new Highlander guy they added.
Yeah. Is he going to be slower? He's got a claymore,
I
I
would
imagine
believe-
he would be.
He actually he has a broadsword and a targe.
Oh, okay. I like
It'd
the
be cool
one
if he had a
girl
claymore,
who
but-
had a... That's like a thinner type of longsword. Like, it's a European
Yeah, I know who you mean.
longsword. That thing is nimble. And it's like, nimble is all you need. That's the problem.
Yep.
It's like I get that, like, realistically that is correct because you're fighting people who are,
You know, especially in a duel against unarmored opponent, like Nimble's sword's gonna win.
yeah.
Guy has no armor. He's trying to beat the shit out of me.
Yeah, that monk, like, he's fun, but he's so hard to
I love
play
his
with
aesthetics.
because he's so
Yeah, he is
slow. And it's like, long swords aren't that slow, but at the same time he's drunk, so it's like, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
But
It's a shame
still,
that he's like that.
Like, you're not very good. Like, it's definitely a disadvantage playing that guy. But a lot
I
of
love
the
his
game
aesthetic.
feels like rock paper scissors. That's the biggest. But I think that's, again, I just don't have enough experience.
Yeah, it does feel like a game like rock paper scissors, but you know that's kind of how a lot of real sword duels will go.
Yeah, that is fair. Like, that is one thing that is realistic. Is like even in like tournaments, it's like you get a clean hit, you break the action, and you go again, right? Like that's how you do fencing. So it makes sense to do that.
If I could change anything about Hellish Court, I would rework the clinching. Because, you know, if you clinch someone, it's an immediate auto execution, which is cool to do, but like clinches are a little bit different than that typically.
Yeah. I don't.
Of course, I think it'd be hard to do, but
I don't hate like how KCD does its clinch system.
yeah,
I feel like it could be a little bit more robust, but honestly, they should look
It's
at
good.
like they should just look at one of the things I think developers in general should look at is UFC games for their like health systems. So in the UFC games, you don't have. Oh, I thought I got down there. I didn't. It was just staggered. You don't have a health bar. You have a little. Well, I guess they changed it to health bars in the last game, but it used to be you had a little picture of a generic human body, and each body part had health to it. So your arms would have health, your legs would have health, your torso has health, and your head has health. And depending on how much damage it takes, it affects your character's ability to do stuff. So if your legs got hurt a lot, you can't walk as fast as you used to, and your kicks have less power. If your arms are sore, you can't punch as hard. Your body's sore, you have less stamina, so you have to manage your stamina more carefully. And obviously, if you max out the health, you get knocked out. So like you can get your leg injured and snap your leg. You can get like a liver shot and go down. And obviously, if you get hit in the head too many times, you get knocked out cold, right? But like, I wouldn't hate that for other gaming systems.
it is a good system, I think. I think, you know, the closest I can
It
think
is a
someone who's doing
fighting
that is
game,
kind of
so it's a
Fallout,
little different.
but-
Yeah, Fallout's kind of similar. But yeah, like it is a fighting game, so it's only focused on one-on-one combat, so there might be more difficulty implementing that system with other things, but I don't know.
You know,
I think
one
it
thing
would
I
be
want to
cool.
see is KCD touches on this a little bit, but only in the unarmored clinching. But I want to see more takedowns too.
Yeah, I never got
As
the
far as I
takedown.
know,
I never unlocked that. I should in the next playthrough.
I think it's one of, I think it's one of the combos, if I'm not mistaken, during a clinch.
Yeah,
But
I was choking.
I think
people out.
oh, I did that a lot too.
Yeah.
But that's how a lot of clinches go too. You clinch up and someone can do a takedown. That's a lot of HEMA fighting there.
That's how you fight armored opponents. You take them to the ground and then you whip out the dagger. Stab them in the eye slit. Because almost any other weapon you have ain't gonna do shit. Unless you have like a rifle.
It's a technique that works against knights and women. You pin them to the ground and take out your dagger.
Yep.
Our people suffer and die. Yet the lion's whelp dares to strike.
And our team is sucking ass today.
Yeah, I'm particularly kinda barely paying attention. I am not locked in.
I'm not entirely locked in. I'm doing the objectives, but Apparently it's not enough. I'm getting kills.
Guardians! We must hold the front line until we reinforce our position!
Now this one I remember is very hard.
A lot of AFK people.
This guy's up here fucking dancing.
People are no longer AFK. I'm gonna go to the bow. I like to shoot. Oh wow, I picked it up. Ooh.
Guy is literally up here just dancing this whole time.
There's some damage. Ooh, big shot there. How'd that miss? Yeah, guy behind. Crossbow. I need to just take cover. Fuck.
These guys are just kicking each other. They have
Why
not
is
attacked
he
this
so
objective
far
at all.
behind? That's what I'm curious about. That's why I kind of took me a second to wonder if he was on my team or not, because he was way into the spawn zone. It's too freaking foggy. There's 98 damage. That's pretty good.
We're just sitting up on this objective because nobody's coming here to contest it.
There's a big 70. There we go, big hit there. Okay, let's switch to the axe and chop some people up.
You have my axe.
Oh, that didn't work out.
This is my first time seeing the enemy team because they did not attack this objective.
The success of our offensive hinges on its destruction!
We're doing good actually so far. Oh, this guy has a siege crossbow.
Yeah, I wonder if people are just... Sometimes I feel like you get a team and they just not do the objective at all. They just want to play team deathmatch.
Some of their guys are AFK.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I hit
that's
a couple
definitely a
of
thing.
them.
I think some people are obsessed with like grinding out their character, so they're just trying to get kills and such.
Yeah.
Oh, we have some AFK boys too.
This game doesn't reward. They need to do a better job with like objectives going to your weapons and stuff. That way
Yeah, I think
people force more
objectives
people
should be
to play the game.
Yeah, objectives should be the primary way for leveling up.
Yeah.
And that should be for like any kind of games. Playing the objective should be the primary objective.
It is the key to the kingdom!
Like I get why like you think it makes more sense from a basic logic
Yeah, I mean,
standpoint. Oh yeah, you use your weapon, it gives you XP. The problem is that people just focus on practicing with their weapon and they don't give a shit about, oh, we got it.
Yeah, they don't care about the objective, yeah.
Yeah,
Because
so you
I
gotta
get it. I
make
mean,
people
it's
care
harder
about it.
to... Yeah, it's harder to harder to kill someone than it is to just push this, battering ram, for instance.
Maybe...
But, it's more important.
And maybe this is a little too much of a punishment, but maybe do like 25% XP penalty if you lose.
I mean, heck. It would make people, like, fight to the death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing is like, oh, well, you're playing a 64 lobby. You don't have a lot of... you don't have a lot of control over how you win or lose that match. So then I can see why people would be upset about that, but
Yeah.
at least it would incentivize people to actually play the objectives.
Yeah.
Because then you're
You
like,
can even,
oh, we actually care if we win or lose now.
You could even do it kind of like inversely. You can reward the winning team with an extra bonus for playing the objective. Of course, that does kind of maybe unfairly
this
benefit
ballista
defenders.
is being a pain in the dick.
Sounds like he's doing his job then.
Yeah.
Usually it's hard to get ballista kills.
On the bridge? I wouldn't think so.
Maybe
I mean,
not on the bridge,
big,
but
big chance of friendly fire issues, but
yeah, that's true. But you know, you snooze, you lose. Get in the way, you're asking for it. We're actually
this
doing
guy's
really good.
got
We
a
almost
really
got
good
the ramp.
strat. He just keeps spinning. So as he reloads, he just spins.
That's probably really good.
There we go. I hit him with 64 damage.
I like all of our archers are trying to shoot the guy in a ballista right now.
Yeah, I'm getting picked apart.
We almost have it in. We just gotta put bodies on the objective.
Hey, I got
Yo, I'm
stabbed.
wondering if we can, I wonder if we can get into that tower and just hit the guy in the ballista the old-fashioned way. Oh yeah, someone's already in there. Well, if we're in there, maybe we can use it against them, even.
Got one
Got
guy.
it, good.
That's a good snipe. Fucking aim
I'm
punched.
surprised.
The ram is in place!
We're actually doing decent right now. I'm surprised.
There we go, 2 kills.
Must,
Towers somewhere with
Two
they must have
archers
rebalanced the
dead.
teams.
Yeah, they may have.
the gate bends to our righteous will!
I don't like that, to be honest. Like, I would rather just lose
Access to the city!
and just get a
Yeah.
better reshuffle in the next match, because you're penalizing the team who's doing good.
Yeah.
It's a silly... Like, I understand you want to think you want to have each match to be, like, really close, but...
Oh, undercover Fed is on our team.
Maybe that's Vlad. But yeah, I think a lot of modern matchmaking is actually pretty rough. They have so many things
Yeah.
that they want to do, like the skill-based matchmaking, and it's like, no, just fucking put people together. If
Yeah, I
you
think
want
the best way is
skill-based
just make it
matchmaking,
random.
just have ranked. Like,
Yeah.
have ranked in social matches, and just, like, Halo 3 had it figured out. I don't know why.
Yeah. Yeah, just make it random and just accept people get rolled over sometimes.
Yeah.
The gate has fallen! Again the end!
This is one of those
What's
things
good about
that
the...
Citadel!
most people
What's that?
acknowledge that
Way through the city!
matchmaking for multiplayer games has gotten worse over the past like 10 years. Simply because developers spend too much time trying to fine-tune shit. Make
Yeah.
every match a perfect match. It's like, no, just frickin' you can't force that stuff. I am operating
Yeah.
at like a 10 frames per second right now.
I don't know why. I think that same mentality transfers over to like classes in games and weapons in games. They're trying to
Yeah.
fine tune like the meta for things.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're way too afraid of one thing being more powerful than another thing. Everything has to be perfectly balanced.
Yep.
For Honor's horrible about that. I don't know last time you played For Honor, but oh my god. They are always changing the meta for that game.
I gave up on For Honor. I want to say, like, I don't know if I didn't give up on it, but the beginning of the end for me was when they introduced the Centurion in the DLC.
Yeah.
Because it was just like he had this like punch combo and he just stun locked people.
I remember it. Yep, I know that exact one. And then he stabs you in the foot, I think.
Yeah, like it was just the stupidest thing and you couldn't do anything about it. He just, once he got that combo off, you were done. Your only hope was that a teammate came and flanked and you just fucked him up that way.
Yep. Yeah, there's a couple of characters.
I know
they have
Warden.
This new guy.
They patched the Warden too, which Warden was my favorite because of longsword, but they patched the Warden and his like shield bash became pretty OP. Like you could just keep chaining the shoulder bash, which is just like a free guard breaker.
Oh, that's not the Warden. That's what is that guy's name? I forget him.
There was the
Warden,
Highlander as well, with a big sword, but I don't think he was ever overpowered.
Yeah, the Highlander is. I don't think he has been.
I think he was a DLC character, but I know they had the guy with the sword and shield who had like the hood on. He looked kind of cool.
Oh yeah, Blackbriar.
Yeah, he looked kind of cool. I was gonna try playing the game again with him because I was like, oh, that guy looks kind of cool. It'd be fun to learn. But I couldn't get over how much they fucked over the combat. Like from when it launched,
not what it was,
to what it is now, it's just.
It's an entirely different game.
Yeah, and it's a shame because it was like when I played that game at first. Like, there's a reason why my game has a similar UI and combat system. Is because when I played that game, I was like, this is the future of melee-based games. Like, this is a really cool design, and they just fucking ran it into the ground.
It is an entirely different game now.
Yeah.
I love the original release of For Honor.
Yeah. The first, like, 3 months of the game in the beta were probably some of the best freaking multiplayer moments I've ever had. Like, it was so good.
Yep. I remember playing as the Viking guy and just throwing people off ledges. It was so fun.
Yeah. Yeah, that game was... Yeah, and like I said, that combat system... Like, it's... Like, there are other directional combat systems, but that one is so unique. Like, it's just...
Yeah, it was very innovative for its time.
It's just it's a shame that they can't that they ruined it with just like it's classic Ubisoft, right? Like they release a DLC, the characters are all overpowered for like 2 months, so that everyone who buys the DLC is having fun and winning the game.
Yep, and then they nerf them into the ground.
Yeah.
Rinse, repeat. And I think that's not even just a Ubisoft thing. I think that's kind of like a general theme for that kind of game.
Yeah, they do that with all sorts of stuff. Like Call of Duty, if there's an expansion pack, all the guns get a super, like a buff. They never admit to it, but you know they do it. Because they want you to buy they want you to buy the DLC, so they want you to use the guns. So they're going to make them a little bit broken, and then they'll patch them later. Go, oh, I'm sorry, we thought we had this tested. No, you knew exactly what you were doing.
Yep. Yep, For Honor has always been like that. I know the new guy they got, they have an Egyptian warrior named Medjai, and he was horrible when he first released.
I remember seeing that and I was just uninterested. Like, what is he even part of?
Yeah, it
Is
is
he-
such a shame to see that what that game's came.
Yeah.
We almost got this actually. I'm surprised.
Yeah, that game had so much potential. It just,
I'm surprised they never made a sequel for it. The story was really good.
oh, I got bullied. This frame rate, bro.
I'm surprised you're getting frame rate issues. I'm running pretty smooth.
I think it's the map, to be honest. 'Cause I almost never get frame rate issues, but this map, I think, just does it. There's a lot of fire. So maybe I gotta
There
turn
is,
down
yeah.
my effects settings. Although the fire is pretty low resolution. Like, it looks like... It doesn't look very good. Like, the fire in my game looks better than this game.
Yeah. I guess it's one of those things they hope you don't pay a lot of attention to.
It might be a setting in my game that I have it just turned down to. So it might be better in higher resolution.
Yeah.
It just doesn't...
I'm also getting, I'm getting a bug right now where I can't sprint.
Yeah, you seem to get that one quite a bit.
I wonder if it's just, it must just be for consoles, but I wonder how often it is for people. Oh, Vlad says somebody wanted to duel you.
Let's go to this.
We almost have this objective. How come we're not sending it back and sending it through? What are we doing here? You know, if that's gunpowder right there, it should be so easy to light that.
Oh, I'm pinched on the ballista. That's what's going on. Yeah, we just gotta light the fuse. We're pretty much there. Although
We are, but
gotta
we've been
do it.
delayed for a bit.
Yeah, we'll jump in there. We'll get her done. Oh, fucked up that jump. How did he hit me? He was not that close to me.
We just gotta defend it.
Is it gonna go off in time? It should, yeah.
Yes, it is. Hell yeah.
Only a few seconds.
Well done!
That's cool. We never get to the end on this objective.
Ulrich has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
I wonder who's gonna play the Kings. That's gonna make or break this last objective. I hope he plays smart too.
In the name of Argon, the first of his name, cast down your sword or die in disgrace.
Let's see here.
Argon, you toddler. Come, I will
Yeah, this is the King v King match.
This is my favorite ending to any of the levels.
This is a very choppy frame rate.
Missile is the will of the people.
It looks like our king is trying to go into the middle of battle. That's never a good sign. It is cool for the kings to duel each other, but tactically it doesn't make a
Hey,
lot of
Synth,
sense.
welcome.
Hey, what's going on, Squish? Or Synth. Sorry, my bad. Brain fart.
One of those.
I'm playing. Yeah, one of you. Hello to both of you. Why not?
You have sacrificed our very ideals for this.
I think this will be our last match.
For that, You
I gotta
must
get
die.
prepped for the Baldur's Gate stream.
Let's make sure it's a win then. We are winning, but not by a hell of a lot.
You take after your father. He also
Squish no stay, yeah, I like that.
Squish no state, exactly.
My
my
father
brain's
cannot
all
rest in
mushed up
peace
trying to
until
fight
the
these
Gambit
guys.
integrity is restored to the throne.
Oh my god, I'm killing people left and right in this mosh pit up here. Oh, and then I burned to death.
Oh, I am getting moved all over the place. There we go.
Necessary to save the kingdom.
Oh, they're blowing their fucking team objective horn.
My father looks down on you with pity and shame. How far you have fallen.
I love that the kings are just roasting each other.
Just talk shit. It's fine. I'm gonna heal up that king boy. I hate that bug. When you're running, you can't heal properly.
Yeah. Ooh. I was able to bum rush the king and get a good mace hit.
There we go. Nice try, bitch. Oh, they spawned over there.
I love the architecture of that castle.
Yeah, it's kind of like a gothic. Almost like
Yeah,
a-
it's beautiful. Ooh, the king's exposed. Get him now. Oh, that's our king.
We're comfortably winning.
I was like,
this.
what? I don't think our king is gonna like the fact I was just wailing on his ass with a mace.
It's fine.
He might be into it. I don't know. This is getting close. They're getting our king though now. I wonder if I can heal our king. I got medical boxes.
I got a few people down with that one. Good old hatchet to the face. I am ways away from a horn, so the king might die here.
Box on them, but someone just fired
Yeah,
bombed
no,
him.
he got fucked.
Yeah, rip. Damn it, we almost had it. Yo, I'm kind of glad we just got to the end on this objective, because we never get to the end.
I can't fucking tell what team you're on. You're on fire.
I just threw a medical thing at the king.
Okay, he just succumbed.
Oh, the king got some health back. There we go.
We're back in.
We're not. It's not over yet, boys. Not over till Fat King sings.
What happens if the time runs out? Masons win?
Yep. It's stupid, but yeah, Masons will win if the time runs out.
Hey, he's gotta stop coming in here. That's just a frickin' dead zone. Like, he went back into the spot where he got firebombed.
If the king was smart, he would be hanging back and let us do the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
They're also healing their own king, I noticed, so it might be over.
I mean,
We need to
our
get some
king hasn't
really good
taken
moves in.
really any damage, so...
He hasn't. But we gotta do really big numbers on their king. We gotta make a big play.
Yeah, he's taking damage now. We're almost tied for health. Oh, our king's taking a hit. Fuck.
I guess they're done roasting each other. At least in a metaphorical sense. Yeah, our king is just fucking... There he is.
Yeah, I don't know what he was... whatever. Alright. I wasn't all the way in the game either, so I'm not gonna say I don't know what he was doing. I was barely paying attention.
My best. I got some numbers on the board, got some good kills, but... Our king was just losing health, man. I couldn't keep him up.
Yeah. It be what it be.
That was a lot of fun. I'm glad we
Yeah, it
got
was
to the
good.
end at least.
Alright, that's gonna be it until Baldur's Gate in a bit over 2 hours. So we'll see you guys there.
Sounds good. Take it
And,
easy,
yeah.
Squish.
Have a good one. All right, guys, we got a couple people. We can probably raid someone quick. Or we take a little bit of a break, and then we'll share some pictures on Twitter. See who's live streaming. We'll do Coast. Or yeah, we can do Coast. Dead Island. That's a pretty cool game. Yeah, that's true too. When it comes to Shiv, though, I kind of... Oh, I should do it on my chat. I don't really take it very seriously because it's... When you do 64 v 64, you have no control whether you win or lose. So there's no point really giving too much of a shit, to be honest. I'm not invested in winning or losing in Shiv. So if it's after a day and I'm just kind of pissing around, I don't really give a crap how I perform. It's very casual game. But yeah, that's going to be it, guys. We're going to be doing more of the church tomorrow. I'm going to be working on it off stream as well because there's a lot of work to do. And we'll see. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you later.